chat. There we go. Take that. Now, move this over there. I should be able to see the chat. Should be able to see. Okay. All right. Should I? I don't know if I should eat cereal with this microphone that close. I think that's just going to be like the wrong kind of ASMR. So maybe I will put that spoon down for a second. And yeah, so what we got to do is we got to go over here to the tiny Cosmo and pull a bunch of stuff out and put it back in a slightly different spot. Because I've been playing around a little bit, so this patch is like totally borked at this point where I have to use like 2 different channels to like make a sound. Or like severely. Man, that one doesn't like to hold its tuning. We'll stick with this one. Noted. I mean, that's why I like it. It doesn't, it's not perfect at holding tuning, so you get that sick detune effect. I'll be back for you later, Serial, don't worry. Man, I'm threatening Serial. That's where I'm at in life. What was I doing? Oh yeah, pushing buttons. Oh yeah, okay, so which one am I looking at here? I think that is, if I remember right, that's pizza to filter to God Eater, filter of crows. So let's hold down a note. Kind of rowdy, kind of like it. So I think I'm going to move those things closer together down here. I mean, maybe I'll switch cameras. Does that work? Did I do that? Sweet. Yeah, we're going to have to figure out cameras in a second, but whatever. God Eater here right in the middle looks really cool, symmetry and all that, but I think it's time for it to go like down there. And for Ikari, which I do love, is actually going to play with Legion. Let's see if that channel's even still set up. Let's try. Is that right? Which... coming from something. It's coming from inside the building. Okay, so that's coming from here. But I think the pitch data is coming from somewhere else. Okay, let me just play around for a second. Okay, yeah, I know where we're at. Okay. That is the sound of some legions, some legion pals, some WMD devices, oscillators here, going into an Ikari and being pals about it. Oh, I see what's going on here. Let's do that. There we go. That was the sound I was actually expecting. Stereo. So I'm going to like take Ikari and bump it up to where Legion is. And then that leaves the Trash Master and the MA35. It's so weird. So weird to hear my hands through the headphones. Because they're closer to the microphone than my anyway. These two, the Trash Master and the MA35, I'm going to move those up and maybe just do a single oscillator into both of those and keep the switch, the select between them so I can switch between them. Really like doing that. worked very hard to try to convince myself that I don't need Trashmaster or the MA35, and I do need both of those in my life. Where are they going out? Where's the output going into? Over here, so I can like no. Let's try 6. No. Yeah, everything's like a little miswired right now, so we're gonna hit the loop button on this so I can hear it. And right now we just have the Trashmaster, which is just getting the square wave. Pretty good. And then I was like, maybe I want to split. I mean, I was thinking initially, where's that? I was thinking initially of splitting the saw wave, because both the Trashmaster and the MA35 really like the saw wave, but that's like extra work. So I think the square wave actually sounds pretty good in the Trashmaster, and then if I pop it over into the MA35 and move this out over here and push the loop button again. I like that sound. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna look at the chat now. Borstein, Still Res, what's up? I've got a dangly microphone because for whatever reason it just doesn't like to live on my shirt. Come on, buddy. Whatever. Good enough. Hopefully you can hear me. So, I mean, I'm playing with this stuff. I'm going to move the case around. I mean, some of the problems I was facing before were kind of annoying to me. Like, for whatever reason, this exact combo of pizza and Ikery over here results in a heck of a lot of, like, weird noise when I move the knob on the filter, which is kind of weird. Like, it sounds good when I'm not moving it, but once I move it, it almost sounds like a phaser or something is happening. Like it's just straight up, not even a phaser, it's just like straight up white noise. So I'm splitting them up. I don't know if it's because the pizza settings I have are have got enough frequency modulation that there's just like a lot of frequency data going through Ikery in ways that I can't hear normally. Once we start messing with the knob, it goes a little crazy. I don't know if that's the case or not, but they should play really nicely together, and they have in the past. So I don't know if I was just too hard on them or what, but maybe they just need more love. But either way, they're getting separated because it really I couldn't do much with them. Like, you know, performatively, if I go to sweep the knob, it just like destroys the sound. But once I stop moving the knob and let go, it's great. So I don't know what the deal was there. It only works with those two together. Probably is fine now that I'm talking about it, but I wanted to try some stereo stuff, and I have the two Legions. I think they really are overkill going into the Trashmaster or the MA35, because both of those are designed in a way that they just make really simple saw waves sound really, really good. So I was thinking taking that spread of the Legion and bringing that into the Ikery makes just a really cool sound. And I hear it again, I think. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't know why on the Javelins, when I turn off loop mode, it does like one last like FU note afterwards. That's not timed with the usual cycling of the envelope. Anyway, so that's what's going on there. Subway, I actually had Subway, like the Legion, one of the Legions going into like a bunch of outputs into the Subway. which can blend between the waveforms really nicely with some CV control. And I was using that to sort of quickly switch between the waveforms, but I found I'd settle on really saw or super saw sounded the best with the Trashmaster VCF, so that was kind of a moot point. And then I had the other Legion going. I had the Swarm output going into the FM input of the other one, and would use that to get sort of like this really, I don't know, industrial sounding synth sound, a bit muddier, heavier sounding, and if you add just a little bit of pitch modulation from the octs, just a tiny little bit, you get this like really cool, almost like fragile sound. So that one was cool, but I think I can do that even without that stuff. So that's getting rearranged. What else? Top row. I'm pulling one of these out more for space reasons. Like when you have, let's talk about what the plan is here again, just a refresher. I'm going to put the Trashmaster and M835 up here, kind of around where this stuff is, and they're both single input filters. I mean, you can put two inputs into the MA35, but it just adds complexity when I'm doing switching between them. So I'm just keeping it to a single input. And the Trashmaster does have also single inputs, but it's not really stereo because it changes the way the signal path sort of works. And that's not bad. It's just not what I want to do with this. I'm trying to keep it a little simpler, a little fewer modules, because right now it's a bit chaotic where I have like a random open spot in a sync to Pharaoh, which is just an attenuator, like a random open spot to like bring the level down of Trashmaster, or like bring the level down of like just a bunch of different weird little things all over the place that are kind of hard to keep track of and are performative if you can remember to use them, but I never do. So if I'm not using it, it's sort of getting pulled at this point. Except for maths. I guess maths doesn't have anything in it, but that's still in my plan, so we'll leave maths alone for now. You win this round, maths, but we'll see. I think I tried to reorg with just modules I have so I can sort of play with this stuff and not buy anything new. Though I do have some, I think once I have some modules pulled, I'll have some free space, and there's some new things I would like to try. Like I really think might be nice to try some basal stereo delay with this, although I can definitely test that out with Yester Versio. They're not the same flavor of reverb, but they'll do the trick. Yeah, I don't know. Is this interesting at all? Am I just blabbing and not doing anything? What's up, Stogo? Yeah, what are y'all doing with your stuff? Changing up, keep it fresh. You want me to demo anything else or ask any questions before I start pulling cables here? Because I think the plan tonight is to rip out all the cables, fold up the antenna, take all the decorations off the top, and move it over there. Out of camera frame probably, but I'll move the camera over there. Let's see, I've got a we could probably use the Subscribe camera, or I can pull that GoPro out maybe. Anyway, we can make a camera happen. So yeah, I could also like I don't know, turn on a drone or something and start pulling cables. It's definitely not going to be a music night so much as just like me walking through some of my thought processes as I play with stuff. You know what I miss in Eurorack that I just, on Javelin, like it's the closest module I've seen to the perfect ADSR in Eurorack for me, but I really miss having the ability to just flip a envelope just to wide open. Like on Cosmo, I can just walk over here and be like, I want my bass to be on. Just like turn it on. Whatever the last note was, pitch data is still there. Like just turn stuff on. Can't do that over here. I have to walk over and then I have to hit loop, which isn't as nice for sound design. I mean, like, yeah, when you're dialing the envelopes and the attenuating CV for the envelopes and stuff like that, a little bit helpful, but not helpful when I'm trying to like hear the phase cancellation of two oscillators or something. Like, just see, there's the like FU end note every time. It's like even louder than the normal note. Man, I really want to eat that cereal. My case doesn't change a lot now that I figured out. A couple of things to add, an extra filter. Yeah. What are some other notes that are interesting? I did pull out a bunch of... There's things sort of scattered all around my brain that I want to fix, like the Castor and Pollux 2 and Neptune combo. Oh, I'll change the camera so you can... Oh, you already did. Sweet. The Castor and Pollux and Neptune combo are really sweet, but I want to like sweeten them even more with maybe a reverb of some sort or delay. And I'm clearly out of space on the Cosmo Euro playset. Like, I mean, I could put it like over there or something, but I can't be bothered to walk over there and pipe cables all the way over there. So what I'm thinking is maybe pulling the lunar module for now, because I can't really move any of the other ones, like the Rample's great where it is. I have a mixer here that does some side chaining. The Endorphins Cockpit 2, really good for taking all this whole stack and sending it over into Tiny Cosmo. And then I have the Rack Plumber, which is pulling data from Cosmo, or CV from Cosmo rather, and sending it to various places around, including this guy here. So if I like turn that up and like I hit play, you'd see some things happen maybe, but I'm not going to do that because there's a lot of other stuff going on. But I'm thinking of pulling the lunar module, and what that one does is it allows for my microphone input from this phone here, and also other inputs. It also has the Quindar sort of cockpit vibe, so if I push the Quindar button, you get like a beep when you start talking, and no beep. There's also a cockpit button that adds sort of distortion. And if you do them both at the same time, it's kind of a cool effect. I think it's really rad, but it's big, and I think if I do it right, I think I can replace this with a reverb or delay module of some sort and a filter. And if I take a filter that has enough gain, maybe the MS-22, I'm going to try that one because it's not clear how many dBs of gain I get on that one, or maybe Carbon or Cinnamon. One of those might have enough gain where I can get away without having a preamp from the mic, and then I'll just keep it in high pass mode and slightly high pass my voice, and then you get that sort of lo-fi megaphone effect. How am I doing on the battery on this thing? Pretty good. Pretty good. What's up, resonance period? Hey, Schmooster. Yeah, so I'm sorry everything is really far away. All my cameras are GoPros, so they're all slightly wide angle, making everything further away. I don't know. I can do a walk-by tour of things if you're curious. But you're probably doing chores or something, so you're not watching. This box I'm not going to touch today, but I think now that it's starting to be rainy every once in a while, on a rainy evening, I'm going to build a couple more modules, fix a broken one, get them piped in here, and this one will be nice and happy. Door stopper. The door stopper is so satisfying to use, and there's no way I can convey to you with words just how satisfying it is to have that door stopper mangle samples, or it actually almost works like a joystick. I have one of the outs of it going to to, I think, this bass filter here. So if I have the like cutoff filter down the resonance high and I just like move this like a joystick, it does like the straight up wub wub effect. It's super cool. Just from the sound of probably like my finger, you know, touching this thing, because it's just a piezo. But it works surprisingly well. I also, another fun fact, I spent like, I want to say 20 minutes today looking around for cinnamon. I was like, I know I have a Bastel cinnamon filter somewhere around here, because I'm thinking of putting that up here somewhere. And I could not find it. It was not in my box. It's not actually a very big box, but I had my box of spare modules. And wasn't in my box of for sale modules. It wasn't anywhere, because I'd put it in this case and totally forgot about it. But it's right there, so I'll probably move it and maybe swap it out for another filter. This is why you should always have an extra filter. I think I do somewhere too. I have an Ivory. We'll see. Cinnamon. Have I tried cloves? Like smoking them, or is that the name of a module? Like, that's where we're at with module names, or I don't really know what we're talking about. ASMR, drinking of water. Did you know that ASMR is worse when it's ASMR of yourself doing those things? Maybe an oops. I see what you're saying now. How do y'all like this like screensaver on the Hapax, the hot box? I think it's pretty wicked cool. Except for all the bugs that are in there now. It's like they traded some stability for screensaver. I say they loosely. I think Scorp is phenomenal, and I'm a huge fanboy. But like, I'm really a little bit bitter that it keeps crashing for me mid performance, and I can't repeat it. I don't know how to. You know, if I could repeat it, I could be like, "Hey, Scorp, if I do this, it breaks," and they'd fix it. And right now, I'm just like, "Hey, Scorp, it sometimes breaks for random reasons. No idea why." Anyway. I'm going to go back over to here to Tiny Cosmo because it's the star of the show right now. Some other things on my mind are this tape machine that I quite like. It's going to survive this reorg for now, but I'm thinking of maybe pulling it. The one thing I use it for two things. One, I use it performatively to play a tape loop. If there's a performance, I might record something like, "Hey, everybody in this yoga barn, welcome to the party," and then that'll just play on repeat or whatever at the beginning, and then I'll stop that, and then I'll switch it over to there's a really cool thing that it's got is a gate in and an built-in, I think it's probably just an actual Vactrol, a gate out. So, or yeah, I think they just call it a gate out, but you can basically use it to take the audio either from the tape or the FM radio or AM radio. I think it's just FM, I don't remember anymore. And turn that into percussion, which I find it is awesome for percussion. Let's see, I think that's not touched, so that should just be yeah, so that's super sick. And like, you know, I can let's see if it's inside. Right, like that's the best not hat, but like when you're doing industrial stuff, that's super sick. I really would love to get some sound like this. It doesn't have to be that exact sound, like maybe the entropy or something, and then maybe a 2HP, like, I don't know, LPG or something to replace that behavior with just some white noise. And then maybe free up the space for other things in the future, because the new performance mixer is coming out in September. I mean, no rush for it, but I am thinking about it for the stereo sends and the, it's just the better thing. It's got, a stereo send and receive, mutes. The organization is a lot better right now. I've got like a shelf of, probably can't see it super well, but all of these cables form sort of like a metal shelf that cover the top controls unless I really get in there for me. So on the other one, they've just got a block on the side, sort of like a Mother 32 or something, where all the inputs are together, so that I could see the controls a little better and get in there. And it's the way they've done it this time, instead of a switch that goes from channel A to B on each one of these, they have 2 inputs and you can crossfade between them, or they can be stereo, so you can really do some cool stuff. It really would reduce the need for me to have as many. I can pull a couple sub mixers if I go that route, but it's so expensive, so I have to sell all my stuff first. Just adding up filters. Yeah, 17 filters. That is so awesome. That's perfect if you've got like 4 or 5 oscillators. All right, so how do we want to do this? Like, I feel bad just pulling the cable. Should we like hit some loop buttons? If we're lucky, they're all I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't want to keep this up. This is ooh. See, I'm just gonna pull some cables. Give me your buddies. If you like the sound of these cables being unplugged and plugged in, you can get them yourself by going to Patchwork Cables, whatever. I don't even remember if it's .com.net. I'm a terrible salesperson. Anyway, just ping Bartok. That's the way to do it, really. So we're just going to pull everything over here, which has not been done since a long time. Maybe like last May or something. June, maybe last June. And one thing that I do like about Eurorack is pulling cables is really satisfying. It's like picking really easy weeds, very little resistance, and you end up just with a bunch of, ooh, that one's really warm. Where did that come from? I think that's from the Javelin. The Javelins are nice little radiators. It's probably their biggest downside is they're warm. It's not that bad in the winter though, because I like it being warm. In August, it will be my least favorite module. All right, pull a few more and then I'll go check the chat. And you're welcome to tell me to stop streaming if someone wants to pick actual music. Or just play with their stuff. That's cool too. Because this is probably going to take a while. Ooh, this was already done. Sweet. Oh, yeah. Cool. And I usually like kind of go top. Then I'm out of practice, but I usually go top to bottom. Sort of just pulling things. And yeah, this will be the first time I've pulled it in a long time. I'm really excited to play with some of the new sounds. I think y'all are gonna like how rowdy some of this stuff gets with the right combo. Just unbraid that stuff a little bit. Or maybe not. Maybe I need to do mellower stuff. Let's see what we got. I'm usually pretty perma patched. Yeah, I like patching. I do enjoy it. I like exploring what modular can do. But the majority of this setup is for me to be able to perform efficiently. That's not to say other people can't unpatch and perform efficiently, but I am trying to reduce the time it takes from powering up, which is usually like 8 seconds or something to making sound. So that's kind of important to me. So yeah, things stay pretty perma-patched, but the patch is set up in a way that's super duper flexible as far as the sounds I can make. Unfortunately, this one was so clever that I forgot how to use it. Probably like the day after I patched it. Because it was doing a lot of stuff. Like there were some pretty cool things. Like I had it set up so, you know, some things where if I turn a knob, a couple things happen around to do a build up, or if I flip a switch, I can change the lead voice to be sidechained or not. And that was actually a little more complex than it seems, because I only had one one muscle here, and that's got a left in and a right in, and a left out and a right out, and they're tied together like you would expect with a stereo sort of thing. So I have the bass always going through that, and usually sidechained, because this filter crow's bass is like perfect for sidechain, so I rarely turn the sidechain off via this switch. So instead I had to like create an alternate routing that I'd switch between. Things like that would be pretty fun and fast to do. And I can probably patch it all again. Like I have most of this memorized. Like let the modular talk to you, you know? It'll tell you what needs to happen. Kind of the thing. All right, what else is chat saying? I'm starting to get a lot of cables in my hand. Yeah. I mean, if I'm performing the same songs-ish, right? Like I don't care as much if the sounds are like identical from one to the other, as long as the tune is somewhat recognizable. And like if something that was a bass before is now a lead, oh well. I was usually pretty good about not doing that, but sometimes when I did it, it was really kind of a nice accident. Because like I said, I am still playing with it quite a lot, like toying with the sound design aspect of it, and sort of evolving that over time. I'm gonna try to like get these little cables somewhat organized. I think this is just gonna go in a bundle on the floor in a second. Whatever. Let's see if I can fit more cables. Yeah. And what else would I say? There's also some things like, as far as this setup goes, that are for spectacle, for my enjoyment and for others, but definitely targeting the spectacle side of things. So like the theremin and the door stopper are definitely things that like make people stop walking and pay attention, or whatever, if they happen to be looking my way. And the music's part of it, but like I think spectacle is important too. That's why all this stuff sort of faces the cameras. I face the camera sometimes too, but I know some of you like seeing faces, and I think that's cool. I have no problem with that. In fact, I don't mind showing my face. It's just that the wall behind me is just a blank wall right now. And I've just been kicking the can down the road of like, you know, hanging up some instruments and posters and stuff on that side of the thing. You know, partly for I just like, you know, I want it to look cool. I didn't have that problem when I was in the laundry room, because that actually looked hella cool. Maybe I should do like a set down there at some point. Again, just like the good old days. It's not that hard. I'm a fair bit more mobile than I was. Other things I'm thinking about are like, how do I get polyphony in this setup? I don't have this challenge solved. Like choral or pianophonic, both are options where I could use MIDI to control them and get some polyphony in my setup. So like dramatic organs are like the things that I kind of use the micro freak for. And you're like, hey, Hex 7, just use the stuff you've got right there, and I do, but I'm thinking like, well, maybe I want to have the option to play something similar to those sounds when I'm not at home, you know? So that's a problem that's still unsolved, partly because I'm not happy with either choral or pianophonic or the other options out there. I'm open. I mean, if you have any recommendations, please tell me what needs to happen. I'm about like, I don't know, a few decisions away from like grabbing a small polyphonic desktop synth with a good filter and strapping it to the side or something, but I would love it if there was just one module that had a MIDI input and a filter knob. Key ingredients right there. Man, I'm running, it's like testing my grip strength right here. It's like a heavy amount of cables. Bartok, you did some work here. Some of these are not Bartok cables, you can tell because they're not as cool. The little ones I'm tossing down there because they're just too small at this point to throw in the stack. Okay, we're getting there. We're starting to be able to see what this machine actually looks like. And what's kind of cool about these vertical setups is they don't get that dusty or furry or whatever. I do have a dog, and he is shedding like a monster right now. Unplug Cosmo, unplug. I don't even know what that was. Oh, that was for the visualizer. We can turn you off, buddy. What else? Oh, we got some more up here. The drum mapping is such that I have the pads memorized on the hay pack, so I don't have to remember what gate it is. I'll just like program in a couple of those pads and wait for the lights to light up so I know where to plug it. All right, this is like a few pounds. All right, and now we shouldn't hear any synthesizers no matter what, unless I pull Cosmo in from that direction, which I might do here just so we have some noise. Oh no, we have the, you know what I've been doing wrong this whole time? We could have been listening to, well, if I hit play, we could have been listening to some synthesizers. Non-Bartok cables. Well, you know, Bartok doesn't have any cables that light up yet, and when he does, you know I'll be getting color-matched Bartok cables. Talking to the wrong camera, but yeah, color. I mean, guess which ones are not Bartok cables? There's not as many white cables as it looks like in that video. I feel like it looks like there's a lot. There's probably like 6 of them, and there's like 100 yellow ones. All right, let's put these someplace. I don't even know where to put them. I'm gonna pull some of the tiny ones out. These tiny cables are so clutch. They're like, I'll show you some in a second once I can put this down. My hand was cramping straight up. I think that's it for the ultra tiny one. Oh, there's another one. All right, so let's put this. Well, we can turn the hot box off, right? So we'll put the lid on there. This makes a nice little shelf for this cable wad. All right. Yeah, okay, so we've got that all unplugged. There's still a MIDI cable. Fold the antenna in. I really should, it's another thing I need to fix is either try bending that back into shape or gluing it or something, but maybe get another antenna, I don't know. All right, let's move some of this stuff. We've got over here a nice little patch cable thing for the soft pop that I love using. The DC Zaya 30-in-1 electronics kit. It's actually a badge that you can wear, but for my sanity, I'm not going to wear it right now. And right now it's actually the project that is wired up is, of course, a synth one. And actually, you know what? You can probably hear it if I turn it on. I just need to remember. Here's the power switch. Here, I'll put it near the mic. Beautiful, beautiful sounds. Yeah, that's what that is. Of course, I added a Cosmo adapter. That was not stock. Neither was the paint job. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty good at stuff sometimes. Ow. Yeah, I just dropped a screwdriver on my foot. That's what you get. All right, cool. Next, let's power this down and get this Furby. We'll just place you there. That Furby is from one of our EMS friends. I'm not sure if I should name him or not. The KO2. Put him up here just because teenage engineering is life. Just kidding. Oh yeah, and obviously a radiation detector, but at the levels that it detects, it turns out, I should have read a manual, at the levels it detects, it would be dangerous for me to play with. So I'm just gonna leave it as a decoration for now until I figure out something else to do. Okay, so we have all of this. Very important that no cables are attached when you try to move this stuff. Turned off. Oh no, it was off. Now it's on. You can tell because the lights turn on when it's on. All right. See, this is portable. People are like, that's not portable at all. It's gotta be smaller and lighter. And I'm like, whatever. I carried this a mile through a convention center in Vegas in August with the help of Bartok and Egon. I'll leave this here too. These are the winning ciphers for a competition that I think is still active, but it went out last year, so if people haven't won by now, you're not going to. I'm just powering down a couple of these things just to like save power, you know. Man, this thing is just the best. I love that swell, you know, like there's very few things better than that sound. All right, what do we got? You're done with your system arrangement. That is sick. Then you might then your strategy, unscrew and disconnect all the modules, then organize them really quickly. Of course, since I didn't think it through, it's probably why I do a full system arrangement all too often. Power it down, there's my sense of adventure. Well, yeah, I actually will put the power cord in at some point, but yeah. Yeah, the yellow thing is rad, isn't it? Like, are you kidding me? I love yellow, clearly, and it's the perfect yellow. I mean, look, it matches my hat and my shirt and my cables. I mean, I gotta do something with it. I don't really want to gut it, although I could easily see like putting a clock or something in there, but that's like, it's like lame kitsch stuff. No offense to kitsch. Kitsch is pretty cool too. And it's really cool because you can pop it open really easily. Like, come on. It's just like, you like pull these latches on the side and just making sure it's nice and clear. And it's just the whole thing. There it is. Empty, giant battery. It does theoretically function, but Yeah, I might probably should pull the battery out since I'm not actually using it for anything, and I don't want it to corrode. But it's a newer battery, so I know what to do with it. That is great news. We'll put you here for support. Beautiful. Yeah, I love it. That was a good get off the internet. And actually, that might have been the first thing that Bartok helped me purchase. We'll talk about that in a second. I'm gonna loop back to that. What I want is, will this work? I feel like I need something to clamp on. Do you want to see my face or do you want to see the modular, I guess is the question. That's not gonna work there. Oh, I remember what I did. Yeah, that'll do it. Ain't perfect, but it'll work. I'll leave the decision up to Chad. Bunch of old wax capacitors. Yeah, I think this one does too. Ether 2, I'm making the meter into a view meter. Add a little speaker inside and the head. That could be pretty cool. I don't know what the Ether 2 is, so we're gonna look that up real quick. Just pretend that I'm near a screen. New Soma Ether 2. Ether. It's a wideband receiver. Is the right thing? Ether. Yeah, it is. That could be pretty dope. I mean, I do have like a similar, not project isn't the right word. I have an electromagnetic sensor in my drawer of weird down here. Let's pull this out, see what we got in here. It's been a while. See, weird. We got an old kazoo. Yeah, it still works. A top from Mutable Instruments that looks like it was chewed by a dog because it might have been. Don't hate me. Did not know that was happening. And here it is. This is what I'm looking for, is the sensor that if you hold like near a cell phone or something, you get all sorts of good stuff. These are great little box. There's other surprises in there too, but not today. Put that above the drawer of loved but rarely used cables. Man, I love that sound. The doohickamatron. It's highly sensitive pickup. Yeah, so that's probably better than what I have, because the one I have works well, but it's not, it only picks up really strong signals. Like if you hold it right on a phone or something. I should talk at the camera, because I'm just looking at my face and talking at it, which is not good. I like that the new GoPros, picked one up for snowboarding reasons, have a little screen on the selfie side of things so you can like talk to your face, which is kind of instinctual. Anyway, let's move on to, I think I'm gonna try to move this camera, which could go, wait, does that not have a clip? Shoot. Sound of distress. Wait, I might have one over in a box. Yeah, it's not really the kind I was looking for, but it'll do the trick. Okay. Oh, I guess it does have a clip. That's really funny. Should we make it extra tall? Yeah, let's do that. That's extra tall, extra wobbly. Did we land on whether we're showing my face or the actual case? Or it might be time for other people to stream. Not sure where we landed on any of that. Okay, just gotta carefully bring all these cables that are tied to other cables via obscure knots. There's probably better ways to do this, like just unplug it, but where's the adventure in that? Is it just too short? Oh, give it a tug. It's like it's a few inches too short. Well, we're gonna try not to throw my back out lifting this thing. We're gonna move it a little closer. There. Now we have all the cable length we need. Oh, it's now trapped there. This is just getting worse. This is what y'all don't see. This is the behind the scenes of every musician when they're in their music making place setting it up. Just a nightmare of cables and hold on. And we're back. Okay. Switch between face and case. Yeah, I mean, we can do that. Like, I can just doopity-doo. Wait, wrong twisty. Right, this is maybe a view y'all haven't seen too much of. That's like, how do we do this? Should I move this over where the desk is and I won't be able to type? Like a hallway there. Yeah, see, I don't show this side of the room. We're gonna do it, but it's got like a box of records, which I'm currently listening to. Really stoked about those. For the first time, I've never listened to any of those records. I've got a humidifier that is unplugged and empty, and like boxes and a hoodie. Like, that's what's not on camera. That's why I'm like ashamed to like do any of that. Anyway, all right, let's try fixing this. Something like here. That's actually not bad. It's like the side of my head, and then we could just like grab this friend over here, and given enough cable, set it on the drum side of things, which are hopefully not changing, and maybe point that down. I don't know, is this gonna work? How are you gonna work? You gonna do it? You gonna be my friend? All right, let's try that and hit the thingy. Performance mode. Let's duplicate this. Let's call it rearrange case day. And drag it down to the bottom. It's OBS shit. This way I can go into this and uncrop the thing. This is the camera that's normally on my, I'm not even sure that's a good view, to be honest. This is the problem with GoPros, like picture in picture isn't really like an easy thing. So what we'll do is we'll put this back where it was. Go to clean, and I'll just switch between cameras. We can alternate. And to do that, I need a long pole or stick. Gotta have one somewhere. Oh, hey, look. There we go. A tool for switching to camera 2. Oh. Yeah. Did that work? Yes! I knew this antenna would be clutch. As long as I don't poke my eye out again with it. All right, let's like do the thing where the camera auto rotates. There we go. That's like a pretty good overview, huh? It's not perfect, but you get kind of the idea, right? Give it a little bit more lean the other direction, maybe, if I can. Oh, no, I don't want to go that way. It's too much lean. I'm sorry. Hope none of you are getting sick. Okay, just don't breathe on that. All right, nice view. And I can still kind of reach stuff. Where's that screwdriver I dropped on my foot? We use that, and then I have a couple more, but this one's pretty good too. Oh, and we've got the microphone on, so I can go, yeah, do it again. Anyway, so let's start with the easy stuff. 1, leave pizza where it is. Great, done. Next, extract Icary. I never really remember if it's Icary or Icary or some other Icary. I don't know. Oh no. All right, I'll fix that. Just bear with me. It's just gonna be like that for a second. I gotta go get a couple of things. 1, let's just remove. Let's use my fancy camera switcher. Zoop. 1. All right. This way I can pull this off here. I know it's just too much leverage. Let go. Pull this off. And we can always change up the music too. Just let me know when you get bored. This is clearly, what I need is like someone else doing the music. Okay, this one's closer, so it won't be as good of a view, but it's less likely to like flip over again. Can't see anything, so we're just gonna guess that that's good. Maybe I need to, oh yeah, I can pull one of these and switch to field of view. Super view, wide. Super view is pretty cool, actually. Let's do that again. And okay, that'll be hopefully that's good. And y'all will be able to see it here shortly once I use my camera switcher. Nice. Okay. There's no H. Hickory. That's really good. Oh, you know what I can do to get my face on it? We'll just point that camera over this way. Hey, buddy. Hey, don't look so sad. Yeah, there you go. Something like that. Is that? I'm poorly lit because there's a camera effect on, I think. Let's see here. How do I do that? It's been so long since I did the filters. That's what it is. Color correction, trash. Yes. Wait, can I just like turn that off? Yeah, let's do that, because I might actually I might actually want to put that back for the other one. I'm not sure if they're connected. Next thing I want to do is be able to see chat without going to my computer. So is this me still? It's probably me. Hi. Hi, little guy. Let's turn you back this way. And I assume if I'm looking that way, you can see me. All right, let's turn Twitch on my phone. Pro tip, if you're doing a performance and you're using the Twitch chat and you have it on your phone, pop into the display and brightness and turn off auto lock so that it just never dims the screen. Downside is you can forget, but for now it's fine. Twitch, pop in, dismiss, don't care. Let's go to us. Turn the volume down, and now I can see the chat. Hickory clickery clock enthusiastic heck. That's good. That's really good. All right. Use the phone as structural support for the camera. It's a win-win. And then we'll get this friend out of here. Cool. Maybe because there's a lot of top-down light, I'm just gonna so you can see my face. Good enough. Okay, now it's go time. All right, we've gotten 2 screws done, and I actually need a bowl or something for all of these screws. It's critical to not drop them into the box. My nightmare is like these screws finding themselves on the power supply, particularly the high voltage lines in. Yeah, this is pretty serious. Where do I think I have to put this down and go get a tin. Wait, no, right behind me. Yeah? Whichever one is the least heavy gets picked. Oh no, this is all, I can't use this one. This one was all nuts. This one will be fine. We're not going a full case rearrange, so that should support it. That's like my backup knurly and screw tin for when taking this out, because it's got both types of screws, the wood screws and the knurlies. And we're just unscrewing like every freaking thing. Actually, hold on. Before I mess anything up, I wonder if Filter of Crows and Ivory are the same height, or the same width, because they look like they are. That means I can probably just swap them out and not move anything else, but I can't remember if I rearranged things further than that. Yeah. Because I spend too long thinking about optimizing this thing for performance, and goodbye Filter of Crows, we'll miss you. You're gone. Just reach into the dangerous synth. Oh. Okay, things are still, how is this possible? Just gonna unplug it. If I can. I was gonna try to keep the settings intact, but that didn't work. Anyway, yeah, okay. So pull out Hickory. Pretty sure that one goes right there. So this is another kind of frustrating thing with Eurorack cables, is they're all really short. So the ones I made are good lengths. Fudge. Oh no, you don't have a key to header. Well, you'll be plugged in later. That's a bummer. I have to open up a browser on this computer thingy so that I can see what I'm doing. Tiny Cosmo, refresh. Should be Tiny Cosmo 3, yeah, sweet. So it's pizza, filter crust, sink, javelin, and God Eater, sweet. So that means that is where Filter Crows will be going without having to move stuff. I think it'll fit. It's just like not really confident enough to plug it in. Actually, I am confident enough because the black is, no, I need to double check. It's been a while since I did this. Anyway, we'll just set it in place. It fits perfectly. Don't have to move those. It's so nice. I don't know if any of you have had the problem where, like, when you're rearranging a lot of modules, I didn't even know this was a thing, they're not like quite square in the rails. You kind of got to square them all up before tightening them down. It's kind of a nightmare. I don't think that is all. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be interesting. So sync gets pulled, subway gets pulled. I think it's time for maybe some drums. So let's mellow out this a little bit. Turn you on. Maybe a different tempo. Let's make this more resonance. Wait, no, you're the resonance. All right. I should have done this on my channel because it'd be a great way to lose subscribers. I apologize, Earth Modular Society. But I wanted to hang out, and we don't do what the heck anymore currently. What day shall we do that on, by the way? Every day. We should do this every day. I can't shock value. I do want to do what the heck again, but I need to pick a day, and I also would like a partner in crime, like somebody that it's not just the onus isn't just on one person to do it every week, because that was a lot. We did what, like a gazillion episodes. Had some good times in the beginning. Alex Barnett was my partner in crime, and it was pretty fun to have a co-host. Not just like it's fun to have somebody else to help keep conversations moving and, you know, share their interests and stuff, which is why I liked it when we had more than one guest. When I was solo, it was just a lot easier to do stuff. Hold on, let me learn from this module. Pretty sure I know what it is, but they didn't label that one either, mother. Come on, Bastel. Shrouded headers, friends. Here comes WMD with another unshrouded, and noise engineering with an unshrouded. What if there's a day that works for me? I mean, I have more days that, well, Wednesday is definitely a no-go. Saturday is kind of iffy. Sunday is probably my best day, and there's usually a lot of other synthy things happening on Sunday mornings, I don't know, so that's not a bad day. if we're thinking of including Europe, which I would like to do, but I don't know that I can actually make that work. Yeah, I was thinking every 2 weeks might be a good way to do it. Like, what's the right cadence is another thing. I'm open to ideas there. Oh, we forgot to pull this dummy. That's a really good, actually, little cool trick here with the select here. One of the funny things about select, if this was on, the way it works is that the switches 2 and 3, the lights, they switch from red to green, so they act as a switch. Going to or from channel A or B is basically it, right? And they cascade from the top channel. So if I switch one, all 3 will change. And if you want to disable that behavior, just throw a dummy cable or a light or something in the CV input, and then it breaks that normalization. That's why that's there. And it is like the downside of this, but honestly, that's like a really easy downside to work around. So it's not a huge deal. Just got a pile of modules accumulating. We're just gonna keep going. What else is coming out of here? This guy for sure. Yeah, every 2 weeks could work. I have to look at a calendar to see like if that lines up with my weekend schedule, if I'm considering a weekend. I'd actually much rather do it a weekday evening, particularly like let's say like Thursday or Friday or something. I know it's not like the most popular night because everybody's shit going on those days too. Do Tuesday maybe. Wednesday is a no-go for me because that's when I'm training for searching and rescuing lost or injured people or missing. Sometimes they're missing, but missing is rarer because we all have GPS and shit on our phones. Pull select, and actually this Trashmaster select MA35 arrangement is just going to stay the same. It's just moving up a row basically, because it works pretty dang nicely. I like switching between those. They're similar enough voices. The trick here is going to be getting the signals back together, right? Like I'm switching between 2 different filters, and so the way I do that is I pull the output of each filter. So I have the oscillators going into both filters all the time. And then I pull the output of each filter and put them into select. But before that, Trashmaster is significantly hotter in output than the MA35, just by the filter design. So I need to attenuate that one first, and that's where the tricky bit's gonna be. I think Mutant Brain has to move, so we'll pull that one too. I think Mutant Brain is still my favorite MIDI module so far. How do I like Trashmaster? Like, I've gone through extreme lengths to keep it in my system because every sound that it makes is like straight up electro acid distortion. I think it's a bandpass filter with distortion. Like, it's that simple, but it just makes great sounds. And I wish I could demo it for you right now, but that probably won't happen until I don't know, this weekend. I'm starting to get back into the groove a bit, so it won't be that long, but it won't be right now is what I'm saying. I suggest listening to some demos. There's some sick ones out there. And I was honestly really surprised by those prices on Reverb. The prices for those on Reverb are way better than even on the WMD store. So either they forgot or it's like old stock that they're trying to clear out before Amped picks up manufacturing some of these or whatever. Not really sure. Either way, like, there's some good stuff on there that I would definitely recommend. If you have any questions on WMD modules, hit me up. yeah, the new prices are better than used. Like, that was a surprise for me. I was like, do I need a second trash master? Do I need to be like dumpster master? Landfill master? I don't know. I don't think that's really the title I want, but I resisted all of them. There was a few that I was really interested in, like there's like I forgot what it's called. It's like something, it's XOD, so it's like, I don't know, it's like a and clock and divider kind of a thing for signals, which is really fun to use in conjunction with something like a Metron or PAMs or something like that to get more interesting stuff. That looked interesting because I've been toying with for a long time the idea of a smaller, more exploratory case that I unpatch every single time and can like take it traveling and stuff like that. But honestly, at the price point, I'm not sure it's worth the cost to do that as its own case versus just like getting a voltage lab. Like, I think the voltage lab is probably cheaper, which is sad, but whatever. I don't think it's sad. Stuff is expensive sometimes, and I can accept that. Another WMD module that I was eyeing was Fracture, but again, I've got these modules in my case that I really like for certain things, like Crucible over, you won't be able to see very well, but it's over here, covered in other modules, and it makes like crash cymbal sounds basically, and obviously gets a little more wild and weird than that if you want. And I hardly ever use it, but when I do use it, it's so good. So I think it's one of those things I should try using more. But I was considering swapping that out for something like a Fracture. I'm at the point in number of drum voices where I can't acquire any more without pulling one out, just because it's not manageable, with my setup at least. So for now, it's going to live for another day in the case. Okay. Feels so weird just like setting these modules on other modules. Like, I might scratch them, but whatever. Y'all can't even barely see them on the camera. Sorry, this is just gonna be like Hairy Arm, the movie. Just slowly working my way over to God Eater, which happens to be the module holding up the camera, but it's the one I'm trying to get to. So back to what the heck. Yeah, so I need a partner in crime, and it needs to be probably once every 2 weeks. And we could even move the day around. Like, I'm cool with that too. I just find that when you keep the day and time a standard, you tend to get more folks remembering to show up. And that was the nice thing about weekly, is that people knew it was, they never had to be like, is it this week or is it next week or any of that stuff. It was just always weekly. Sorry, this one's the second to last one close to the cameras. I'm gonna have to move those here in a second. Yeah, are y'all eyeing any new modules? I know what I got my eye on now. Other than like Voltage Lab. I think Voltage Lab is like a pipe dream to me. It's sort of like the grandmother, the matriarch, any number of these beautiful synths that I just can't justify. It's, for whatever reason. Because I think there's just a limited number of things that I can play and enjoy, like just in terms of like number of synth things, versus having to like so many where I have to relearn them every time or something like that. Yeah, that's gonna be right there and friendly. and then I think that gap is just going to be there. I can actually test it out because this is, oh, what was that? The black was -12. Yes, sweet. And I did make my cables backwards, so don't get concerned if that didn't match what you were expecting with the cable. Yeah, so I just need to slide things over just a little bit for muscle to fit, which is usually pretty easy. Just loosen and scooch. Oh, I have to loosen all these things too. Yeah, West Coast is cool. I've always had a harder time enjoying West Coast, but that's partly because I didn't quite understand it. I don't think it's as easy for me to understand as Attractive, but I think that's where the Voltage Lab is kind of like dope in that you don't really have to understand it as well. You can almost quite literally play it by ear and get a feel for it. Oh no, I have to scooch the entire row over slightly. That's not annoying at all. All right, well, you can see what that looks like. Just a bunch of unscrewing and sliding. Just a little bit of unscrewing, not a lot, just enough to where things can move. Another thing that I'm thinking about is I don't use the overseer all that much. I got it sort of like as this DJ filter style thing at the end of chain. But I don't use it that much because it's really hard for me to use it in a way that feels like smooth. I don't know, like good. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but we don't need a lot, buddy, just a little bit. Come on. And actually this one's just gonna go in here because that's where it's gonna live, but it's loosen all the way. That's loose, that's loose, that's loose. One of you is, also my case is a little warped, so that could be it too. I've never had this much trouble getting a module in though, so let's make sure everything's, let's loosen everything up just a touch more. Oh, I don't think that one's loose. Okay. Oh, we're getting there. Okay, once that's plugged in, it's never gonna move. Okay, what does the chat say? This lab is beautiful. Yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah, I think a good combination of West Coast and Subtractive is where Magic's at, like wave folding and being able to add. Like I think that's, I've got a nice balance in here as well. There's certainly a heavier Subtractive element, but I do have a nice set of wave folding and mixing and sort of that kind of stuff, FM, synthesis, that sort of thing, going on kind of all over the place. Man, I'm not happy with how snug this stuff is. Like I feel like when it's that tight, like things could break and just be a pain to manage. So that's like on the verge of being depressing. But not much I can do about that. right? Like it's just the top that's pinching, and the middle of this case actually bows in just a little bit, so I lose just a little bit there. But anyway, all right, let's see which way my cables are pointing. Pretty sure this one labeled. No, let's find one that's labeled. -12 is black. Should be correct, right? Yeah, okay, easy for me. And that's for mine. Again, my cables are backwards, so please don't panic if you're like thinking that's wrong. Because when I made them, I was like, you know, brown, which is close to red, is maybe +12. I don't know. So that was my thought process there. Not perfect. All right, so this is the fun part. Hopefully I didn't mess that up too much. Okay, just gonna set this down over here and get a good look inside this mess. So what I've done with this case that makes updating it really nice and easy is anytime I've got wider, like it put a ton of nuts in there, but anytime I've got a wider black -12, just double check, black -12, sweet. Anytime I've got like a module that's 6 HP or 8 HP or wider, I will add more nuts behind it so that if I replace it with a couple of smaller ones, I'm like good. Don't have to like redo the whole thing. Also, another thing I like to do is plug everything in, or sometimes just a little bit at a time if I'm nervous, and then power it on. So we'll do this guy here, which is thankfully nice and keyed. And then we'll pull it out just so that we've got room. And then grab the next one, which is this guy. Not all of these cables are rainbow, I'm sorry. Oh shoot, red. Okay, yeah, cool. Should work. Yep. Great. What was I gonna say? I plug them all in and I turn it on before touching any screws. And so since I think we just did a nice little row, it's probably not a bad idea to grab a power cable. I'll be right back. You'll just hear me breathing. I said I'll be right back, but you just won't see my face. Let's see, how do I get this cable out easily? I think that is just not happening easily. So we'll pull out this drawer. And which one of you was it? Okay, I think it's this one. That great feeling, that sinking feeling where you hear something go behind a shelf and you don't know what that thing was. But whatever, I'm sure I'll think it's lost later. Okay, let's plug it in over here. Get some power there. Stick this here. And let's put the headphones on. So I don't have great ways of testing this other than just like looking for lights where there's supposed to be lights. And sometimes I'll grab a cable like from like the filter of Crows has no lights. It's not gonna light up. But I can grab a cable from Oct into Sync and be like, okay, that's good. Muscle's lit. I mean, if it's lit and I don't smell anything or hear anything, I'm usually happy, so that's good. Moving on. Next row. Don't remember exactly what's going on. Shoot. Try not to get zapped. Okay, so I know we have this, and then we have Trash Master. Okay, it's just going straight up there. It's gonna go here. Select. Gonna go here. And MA35 with the chunky cable. That I think the chunky cable is going to stay with the MA35, just for convenience for me. What's next? Oh, why are you so far away? I can't see. Let's just zoom in a little bit. There we go. Sync and Javelin. Okay, sync, Javelin, time warp. All right, easy peasy. So we've got some of these already where they need to be. I'm gonna move quant, so we'll pull that out. Just pull that out. Time warp's pretty much where it needs to be. Sync to Pharaoh is gonna move slightly, so I'm gonna pull it. Put it. Ooh. Does anyone else struggle with all this stuff? Like, I don't understand people who like to rearrange cases a lot. I'm looking at you, enthusiastic electrons. Do not understand it. This is like my nightmare. Waiver. That's right, I pulled Waiver. Where are you, buddy? Wave at me if you can hear me. Here it is. I really like ABC. This is a super cool submixer or mixer, depending on the size of your case. Let's move it a little bit over here. Because it's 5 HP, which is pretty dang small. It is comfortable to use. I have put the Moog knobs on here because they're actually really kind of nice to see what I'm looking at as far as levels. But also I like that it's basically a 3-channel mixer here and a 3-channel mixer here, but this side normals to this side if nothing's plugged into this output. So basically you could have a 6-channel mixer coming out of here. You could have 3 stereo mixers where you're doing left and right individually, which is kind of annoying, but it's awesome for a lot of different things. Very cool module. I'm not getting rid of it. I'm just not going to be using it right away. What's after Waiver? Ooh, a module that I've never used. So I have no idea if it works. Where is it though? I put it somewhere where I wouldn't forget it. Womp womp. I know I saw it earlier today, so it can't be far. It's a passive mult from, oh, what's the name of that manufacturer? I don't know where it is. It should be here. Well, oh, I still have my cereal. I'm so bummed I haven't eaten that yet. I was really looking forward to that. This is not good, but not bad. It is just a 2 HP filler module, so I just wanted it to fit things in and line them up, but I'm not really seeing it. Maybe it's stuck in that data or something. Let's see it there. If you're watching this in the future, I'm sorry, this is just a really long stream. I'm glad I'm not the only one using ABC. I think it's a really, almost everything, I'm definitely like a Bastel fan. I think everything Casper and Vaslov and anybody else involved do is almost gold. Well, have other 2 HP modules though. Just really wanted to use that one because it was Paratech. That's the name of the manufacturer, by the way, of the module that I'm looking for. Because he included it when he didn't have to in an order I made. It's really nice of him. Well, here's another one of his modules. It's too big for what I want, but in the meantime, I'm gonna stand up maybe and walk around real quick. Be right back. Over here? No, don't see it. Hopefully it's not under that pile of cables. I don't think it is. 3-tom, that guy. It's probably that one module that fell behind the shelf. That's unlikely because it's probably not where I would keep it, but you know. Just gonna move these. Oh, here it is. It was so small, it blended in with a piano key. We found it. Okay, this is the module I was looking for. It's just a passive mult. Just gonna plop that right there. Easiest one to install. Because why fill space with a module that's not doing anything if you've got a 2 HP or something? I'm thinking of putting a plasma drive here. That's one of the modules I'm thinking of that'll duke it out between the God Eater and it, whichever one makes my brains shake the most. This is another really cool module from Funk Mod, which is a friend of mine from the Cosmo, or the Look Mum No Computer forums, that he's the person that did all of the translation of the Look Mum No Computer modules to Eurorack. So these guys, this is who made it. And they gave this one to me, and it's a really nice little ring mod. I love it. But I'm gonna set it, I'm gonna set it aside for now because I have plans for it in a different case. So you're gonna go over here. Very cool stuff. And this is really cool to nick. If I had space for it in my Eurorack adapter and the big Cosmo behind me, I would put it back in because it's really awesome in conjunction with the Lunar module, where I can either flip the switch or push a button to enable the Quindar. Like, it just feels cool to use that. Like, the lights up red, you get the beep, you get the distortion, you get the voice. It's a good combo. That's a really, really awesome module. Everything I've gotten from Paratech has been really cool, and definitely tends to veer towards the spectacle side of things more than the functional. So if you're looking for something to zazz up your Eurorack, look at Paratech. I think. I don't know, I haven't paid much attention to Eurorack. I hope nobody's done anything naughty. All right, hickory. And then I'm thinking of slapping a basil right here next to Ivory, because I think that could be a really nice stereo. Because I have the Stereo Legion going to Ivory, which is just a really nice sound, and if I add a reverb that's just tied to this voice, not only is that tidy, but that could be kind of a massive sound when I need it on occasion. I am thinking of getting a second, or I guess it would be a third muscle at the end of that to sidechain this. Like, if things get too massive in the sound spectrum, it's kind of nice to cut that out for drums and stuff here and there. Okay, so we've got basil, muscle, javelin. No, Synctiferro javelin. Okay, so this gets moved. I used to try to do this when it was standing up, and that's just not feasible. So it's really like bad for my back to like hunch over and look at it all the time. So this is a little bit nicer, a little more ergonomic. And what I just did was I threw it on just like a DJ stand. Is essentially what this is. I wanted like the toughest stand to hold my Cosmos stuff. Like this little metal stand will hold my whole giant Cosmos stack behind me, no problem. A little bit wobbly, but it only stresses everyone else out. And again, adds to spectacle. I don't think I talk about that too much, but today's the day. Get all my secrets. Just got to delete this afterwards. Or not, I don't really care. Because if somebody want to watch the whole thing and learn all my secrets, that's cool. What's next? Dot. Dot's an amazing module, but I never use it for anything. But I have it in here so that I have a sequencer, like a CV sequencer, and at least a basic gate sequencer or clock sequencer. So on the rare occasion that I want to just pull all the cables and make everything in this box, I can. I can just use any LFO basically as the clock. Tested that out a little bit. It's not ideal, but it works. So that's why that's there. I think if I found a more practical alternate for Dot, I would use that instead. And I think I have another one squeezed in between here. Nope, Dot. All this stuff just goes right up there, I think. Because then this gap is basal and a muscle. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much there. We can plug those in. Okay. So, what's really nice actually about this case is that it's like hold on, let me pay attention while I'm plugging this in. One row of power of bus boards per row, so I'm not like trying to spread them out vertically, which I do on my other cases. It's kind of a pain. And we need to have one cable ready to go for. Where are you going, my friend? Also, the bus boards say this machine kills fascists, so I really hope that's true. Really, from the bottom of my heart. I'm just unplugging these to optimize things a little bit. Okay, so we have a cable that is going down. Oh no, it was just like caught, I think. It was just caught on something. Yeah, cool, great. Great! And the rainbow cables, that means I made them. Wrong, but I did. It's the thought that counts. Okay. Okay, put that there. Okay. Cool. Rainbows, check. Next, we want a couple from here. Oh, you are real twisty, my friend. Thinking, I actually want this one to be closer this way for sync to Pharaoh. My most loved module. I don't know. I wish it was an attenuverter, but I think attenuverters would be a little hard at that size. I don't know. And density. But it does the job really well. Okay, can no longer see in there, so we gotta pull some stuff out. Those are things in the top row. Top row. Here we go. I do have other cables I can add. I'm just trying to see where I'm at. Let me actually pull a bunch of those. Maybe I'll plug them in, I'm not sure. This guy plugged in still? Oh yeah, that's, okay, I know where I'm at. Sweet. Anybody still around? Let me know if you want me to change the pitch or whatever. This is, definitely repetitive. I'm just so mad. I'm irrationally mad at any modules that don't have shrouded headers that have the space for it. Like 2 HP, like I'm not gonna get mad at. Like they have a limited amount of space to work with. That's fair. Actually, I want more rainbow in my life. Let's grab some of these rainbow cables if I have extras. That could work. Looks like a brand new one. That's a bus, cable bus. It's a really long one. That's probably better for full-size Cosmo. Full-size Cosmo. All right. Well, we got one more rainbow in there. That's always good. It's probably more of a full-size Cosmo one too, but that's okay. I'm always afraid to like stick my fingers near those capacitors. Such a chicken. Quant Gemini, was that on the other side? No, that's on this side. Okay. Yeah, I think black is. I'm trying to remember what I did. You plugged it. No, one of you. There we go. You're not labeled because you're a shrouded header. Good job. You, whatever. These aren't locked in yet. Let's take a look. Of course, it's not a rainbow one. Well, okay, yeah, black is -12. Just need to write that down somewhere, but whatever. Just double checking. Sweet, good to go. Next, then we have this mutant brain, which is my favorite MIDI module. I was actually really hoping the new Bafaco module would, oh, thanks for sticking around for me. I was hoping the new Bafaco module, MIDI thing 2 or something like that, would replace my need for the mutant brain, but while good, it's not what I'm looking for in terms of number of outputs and things like that. It's pretty close. Like it gives me a slight advantage in terms of size, but it's not really worth the cost of sort of redoing things, you know? Oh, I need another cable. Let's try stealing a cable from the side. Yep. Let's see if that works out. Do you ever step on your headphone cable when you're standing up and immediately regret having headphones? All right, I think it's gonna look like that. And we can, of course, take a quick look, make sure nothing looks like it's gonna short, power it on. Everything's glowing. That's supposed to be glowing. I don't even remember what that dot does on the mutant brain. I feel like that's a flashing thing or something. I remember. All right, I think we're good there. So let's turn that off. Like I did this whole thing in with a trash Game Boy cartridge in. Maybe I should change my name to be like Dumpster 7 or something. Maybe not the right word. Garbage 7, Trash 7. I don't know. I do like raccoons though. All right, right, this was the, what am I missing here? I'm missing up here. Because, oh no, it's not missing, it's just in the wrong spot. There we go. Now, my math is correct. That should line up with that. Okay, let's see. It looks pretty well aligned. Yeah, okay, I'm spot on right now. Okay, yeah, so what I'm gonna do here, you can see if you look really carefully, this gap right up top is only 15 HP wide, roughly, and I need 16 if I'm gonna put a plasma drive in here, which means one of the modules I'm thinking of getting sooner rather than later is a Timp Legio, the drum version of the BIA. Well, they're both sort of drummy, but it's the version of the BIA that's more minified, because I don't really go to town on the BIA. So I'm thinking of maybe pulling the BIA, saving it. I'm not getting rid of it, it's freaking awesome. In favor of the Timp Legio, because that's more how I use it here, which gives me 4 more HP, because the Timp is 6 HP. Okay, so now I'm working with 19 if you're doing the math. And then I'm also thinking of pulling the, what else was I gonna do? I was gonna pull the, let's see, 19, I need to go down to 16. Yeah, I was thinking of pulling the carbon, which is 4, which gives me 23, something like that. I don't know, I've totally forgotten the math in my head. Anyway, I'm gonna basically put a cinnamon and a 2 HP module here, I think, and then I'll have room for 16 HP, roughly, I think, if I'm doing math correctly. You know, it looks right on modular grid, so what could go wrong? There. Let's see, I still got some stuff pulled. Is any of this? I really like Subway. Let's talk about Subway. This is like just hang out and talk about stuff while looking at it. Is that cool? Let's move it into the light a little bit. Subway is a module that lets you plug in up to 8 inputs and get 1 output. And I believe it can be CV or audio, but let's say you have like 8 audio sources. You can scan through all 8 smoothly, really nicely with this knob, or use CV to do it. And you can also enable or disable via these really nice buttons. These are the new buttons they came up with before they went, before they shut down shop for a while. Really nice module, but the thing that I found it worked really best with are modules that have a lot of outputs, like the Legions, right? And when I was using the Legions, I could take all these outputs that were effectively going to a mono destination, pipe them into here, right? And be able to spin through them really quickly to get sort of the sounds I wanted, or even modulated to get like unsteady sounds or something. Later, enthusiastic. But that doesn't hold up in stereo, because it would only be like one ear doing that kind of thing, unless I had 2 subways. And I don't know, I could probably do that, but I'm not committed to doing that right now. I don't think that's necessary. I didn't find myself doing it a ton, but I think this will be a really clutch module to have in another case. So that's some thought process there. Hope that's not too much. I need to change this. This is like making me sleepy, but I don't know what else I can do. Like, it's the subharmonic on. Everything's like really nice. Yeah, let's have some nice little cats. Let's it's like boss level. Ooh, that was a good harmony. Sometimes I wish things were like, I wish chords sounded this good. The Duonatron, I want to say. Duonatron, Hymnotron was a joke to me when I first saw the video, because Duonatron is an incredible human that is just entertaining as heck. Doesn't seem like a real person. I highly recommend looking for, like, I don't remember if it was Super Booth or what, just look for like Duonatron, Hymnotron, and you'll get a video on it, or he's talking about it at a convention or something. Definitely worth a watch, but it's really cool in that all of the chords are perfect. And the way you play it is super janky, sort of like you're playing like 5 little teeth in each hand, but all of the chords being just intonation was just like the most beautiful sound. And it has a mode where you can you've got some glide between the chords, so you'll get this sort of like dissonant spread as things move around to get to the next chord. It's really quite the instrument. Anyway, the subharmonicon reminds me of that, because every once in a while you get these just really nice, pleasant chord combinations with the just intonation set on it. So good job, Moog, on that one. Let's plug in the top row. I really don't want to do it. I've been like avoiding it, so I've been talking. It's like such a pain to do all this. I also feel slightly bad like pulling out modules that I genuinely am fond of. For the Rhodonia oscillator and VCV, dude, ping me when you're messing with that. If anyone ever messes with just intonation, I want to hear it, because that stuff is just gorgeous. One of the most beautiful sounds. And going, having the ability to do that dissonant transition from I'm just going to pull a few of these cables real quick to make my life less chaotic. Okay, so that's 3 there, that's good. Having that ability to go dissonant in between the just intonation is also incredible. So I think he showed a peek of the behind the scenes of the Hymnotron, like what does it look under the hood, and it's just like hand soldered madness of cables everywhere. So it's one of those machines that, like, if you get, you're signing up for troubleshooting, or someone is. Maybe they have like a lifetime warranty or something, but I don't know. I feel like that's an instrument for like major studios to use, not me. Plug this guy in. Yeah, that one was good. Already plugged in. Chords Tides make are in just intonation. Tides is an interesting one. That was one I was thinking of, but I just, for whatever reason, like, I'm a huge mutable instruments fan, but I don't care for this. It's similar to Make Noise, where it's not always the style of instrument that I'm looking for in terms of like how you actually play it and the kind of stuff it makes. That said, I have a couple of actual mutable things because I think they're great, like braids, for example. I have actually Cosmofied that. I'm so fond of it, which meant I got somebody's Cosmo panel adapter for it, and took an actual mutable braids and adjusted it. It's not damaged, it's just like plugged in basically. Waver, is that correct? And then we have this module, which is beautiful. Look at this. I'm gonna check the circuit. Never used it, so I'm just quickly checking the soldering on it to make sure. It looks a little close, but I don't think it's actually shorting. Guess I could check that real quick, but yeah. Yeah, that was the thing about that lost me on their modules. Wasn't like the sounds or the panels. Like, I actually think their panel design is incredible. It's just a lot of modes. It's a lot more overhead for me to have to remember. And the odds of me doing that successfully are pretty low. Like, I just am not, if I'm reading a manual on a module, I'm not a happy camper. Wow, I have a lot more rainbows. Should I swap out some of those gray cables, you think? I'm already unplugged here, so like, might as well, right? Like, let's get some rainbow power in here. Oh, I've got to remember there's a couple more modules I need too. So these are already rainbows. How many more do I need? I need 2 more. That's actually perfect, I think. Yeah, great. Yeah, I have a hard time remembering modes. Like, it's okay to have modes if it's like pretty guessable how to use the UI. Simpler modules can be that way. I actually did have to watch a video manual on pizza yesterday. I've been away from it so long I'd forgotten how it worked. I was like, I swear there's a triangle or a saw wave in this thing somewhere, and there's not, because it's an FM. It's an FM oscillator that's based on sine waves, but you can make some great sounds with it. So once I remembered how to use it, and like, it took me no time at all to get that thing singing a bit. And I also really like that it has that octave oscillator. Really nice, handy to have when you need that extra oomph. And I don't actually think I can use it in this particular case. I mean, I could throw it into an extra submixer somewhere and make that happen, but I don't actually think I need the octave oscillator with it, because the way it sounds out of the box into the filter of crows into the God Eater is just rowdy. It is good. Watch videos and basically got. Oh, hold on, let me read. Tides make are how many dots is the mode you want? Yeah. Also, it remembers what mode it was in when you power it on. Yeah, that's clutch. I will not use, no matter how much I love a module, if it resets every single time I plug it in, I'm unhappy. Sometimes, I'm trying to think what modules forget. Sometimes Javelin forgets that I didn't have it looping and it starts looping. It's pretty rare that happens. It's usually only when I'm messing with the loop stuff. So I wonder if that just like remembers after X amount of time or something like that. I don't know. And then the catnip forgets every time, which it's a joke module, but it still means I'm not going to use it. I want things to be in the state that I left them when I turn it off. Caster and Pollux on the second primary oscillator. Oh, because it kept forgetting what you wanted. Yeah, I mean, that's a problem. And I have some playing to do sound design wise with Castor and Pollux. Like, I'm trying to find a better way to use it than I was before, which was just like almost harsh noise. Yeah, well, let's power this on real quick just to make sure I didn't break anything. Please, no magic smoke. Everything's lit. Nothing's yelling at me. Cool. That's good. Now the only things left, I think, should I grab cinnamon now and try that out? Yeah, let's me move this camera just a little bit so you can maybe see. I'm not sure if you can. I'll bring the camera down just a little bit. I'm viewing my camera angle through the lens of the Twitch stream, so it's delayed a few seconds. It's actually not as bad of a delay as I would think. It's about 5 seconds, something like that, a little bit more. I'm trying to get the top knob on camera. There it is, just a little bit. Let's just maybe do that. I don't know. It might be too much. Yeah, okay. So this knob here, you can see I've put on a giant knob on the Carbon and put a yellow paint dot on it because I could never tell where the filter was at on it. But I'm debating, I'm not sure if I should pull that just yet. But what I'm thinking is that might be a good filter with the gain that it has to use instead of the lunar module. I don't know. I use it for drums. I don't really use the wave folding on it. But I'm thinking I'm gonna leave it for now because it's already set up. And I can actually intentionally play with it a bit to see if I want to keep it in here with the drums, because it is fun to pop through the wave folding and stuff like that. But if I remember right, it gets louder, or seems to be louder. I think this is all I'm gonna do tonight, because it takes like an hour to screw this whole thing back together. Maybe less than that, but still, it's not fun. Anything else? I'm really excited for a few of the things on this, like the ergonomics of having the voice, the entire voice, just in chunks. Here, let me get this back out a little bit. Not quite. Just guessing. Alright, that should probably be good enough. But the ergonomics of having pizza, filter of crows, and God Eater right here, pretty dang nice. There's not going to be a lot of cable clutter in and around them. The Javelin has a single envelope out, which is okay. But I would love to have more, but I understand with the density of this module that makes sense. And I take that, I plug it into Sync to Pharaoh into probably 1, and then I take 2 and 3 out, which are buffered mults, and 2, 3, and 4 probably all get used. So I'll put 1 into the Filter of Crows, which has its own frequency attenuverter. Then the other one will go the other 1 or 2 will go into the pizza, because it's fun to modulate that. And they also have some attenuverters and things, the index mod. And maybe 1 into the God Eater. So that's pretty dang cool. All of that stuff is pretty well condensed, and the only outside signals that need to come in here are from the mutant brain, which one is the pitch, right? Just can come down sort of around here. I don't know, I'll pipe it in over a module that I don't touch that often. And the other one is, the other one's the gate from that same module. Pretty nice. And similarly, second voice, that's going to be my bass voice is the plan. Things change as I get the sound design dialed. But the next voice will probably be a mid filler voice or second bass or something like that. But this one's going to be my first time using a stereo voice that's not just stereo from panning a mono input. It's actually fully stereo, which is kind of, I don't know, I thought it sounds great. We'll see how that fills or makes things muddy or not. But it might be a bass voice, might be a lead, I don't know yet. But I've got a single gate coming out of here to the Javelin envelope out to Synctiferro spreads to the Legion and Ikery, and I'm actually going to use Ikery's VCA, built-in VCA, even though it doesn't fully silence. I may actually end up having to run a second envelope over to the performance mixer if I want things to go fully silent. We'll see how noisy it is. But basically everything is sort of tidy and locked in here, so that the things I touch the most as far as voices are concerned are sort of just in this row. There's not a lot covering them, and I don't have to like search in the middle of this sea of knobs and jacks to find them, because sometimes it's like it's reasonably far away from my sequencer. And conversely, I like having like the data bender and Yesterversy I'll probably move eventually, just not today. I like having those towards the edge so I know exactly where they are without having to mess with it too much. It's always hard for me to find carbon, so that's maybe a problem that will hopefully be resolved when it's next to plasma drive. Not really sure there yet. I don't know. We'll see. So that's that. I still don't know how I'm going to get this volume down from the Trashmaster. So maybe I'll avoid bolting that in until I work that out in my head. But like I need to get the volume somewhere in the realm of the MA35, because it has a lot of gain. It's pretty hot, it's distortion. So that when I switch from one to the other, it's not extremely jarring for my ears. Let's see, do I have... I've got a mult there, so I could mult that elsewhere. Time warp. So I need, let's see, I need 1, 2, 3 of those. So I can use, okay, yeah, this is what I did in my head. So what I was just doing was I could take the envelope out on this top row of Javelin, send it to Synctiferro, which can mult it to 4, basically 4 of the same envelope with attenuators for each one. I will only use the top 3 though, and send those 3, the first one to the PWM on the oscillator, second one to frequency on Trashmaster, third one to frequency on VCA or MA35, and that last one will be free to take the output of the Trashmaster, go into number 4, attenuate that, so basically turn the volume down a bit, and take that output and put that into select, which will then, the output of that will go into waiver, I want to say. No, it goes into, goes into waiver and then Javelin, I think, just to make sure everything is silent when there's nothing going on. And I may even pipe it into, can't remember the name, plasma drive, if that works. But for now, I'll just have it into good old brand new FX Boy, which sounds great. It has a good distortion, has a good wave folder. I actually like the wave folder more than distortion, and I think you should too. Yeah, so that's that. That's all I got. I was toying with getting some more heliums, but again, I'm trying to reuse what I've got. Like, I don't love Quant Gemini anymore. I don't really use the octave switch as much as I thought, because you actually have to go down, like program it in lower octaves than normal so that you can then go up an octave. Anyway, it's weird. And if you want it to be like in the middle, you do the whole thing. So that could totally be a helium or something, is what I'm saying. But I don't think it's worth spending more money if you don't need to. What else? Yeah, so The modules I'm looking at getting, just to recap, are Timp Legio to replace BIA, Plasma Drive, Basil to go on the to go on the Legions, and the another muscle. Because I actually want a stereo compressor on this mid voice, because I suspect it's going to be a bit muddy if I don't, as far as drums go, because I think it's a lot of the stereo spread and the way I'm planning to use Legion will create a lot of harmonics that muddy up my drums. Who knows? Maybe I like muddy drums. Find out. Have a good night.